All right. Let's see. I got to catch up on where I left off. Where is... Interesting. Give me... There we go. It's like, what's going on with Pretzel Rocks? So, Monday, we fixed a couple of issues. It was kind of a slow day, but we managed to fix a couple of issues. One of which was the fact that if we added a video partway through our stream, it would like fast forward to play catch up. Then we had some like video discontinuity errors we ended up seeing because at the encoder we were changing the color format. And so we fixed a couple of those, so we kind of have like a working end-to-end. Hey Aaron, what's going on, man? So yeah, oops. So I think for today, I either want to work on some better error handling and starting to add logging and debug information and trapping things and not using unwrap and starting to kind of work our way through the components and do that. Or things are shaping up. The other thing that I still need to do is right now, we have the notion of being able to add two things, right? And our config right now does not support you telling it what the Z index is. So I think we need to do that still. So I guess we'd have to expand the API a little bit, but if we had the two, I want to be able to switch between them. So we haven't implemented that yet. We can add something so it basically sits on top and then we can remove the bottom, but we don't have like a way of, we don't really have a way of flipping back and forth between two inputs yet. So that's another thing we could work on as well. So maybe we can start taking a look at what we might need to do that. I don't know if we can change the Z index after the fact. So let's look at our mixer. What is it called? Z. So here's our compositor. When we add an input, yes, I did say Z index. Hey, X message, what's going on? Okay, so when we add an input, okay, so yeah, we're not setting the Z index right now. I can't remember whether we add this in our input or not. It is something that's on the compositor. I don't think it is. So I think we're just letting it auto increment right now. We're not supplying what it is. Right, okay. So do we have an example of something coming into the compositor, right? Here we go. Z order. What's the Z index? It's the same thing as like if you think about CSS. So this is Z order 1, meaning this is at the bottom layer. Then Z order 2 is the thing that sits on top of it. So we're basically just stacking these videos on top of each other. So the one behind it isn't visible. So right now, the very first one is just this like black screen playing. And that's just to ensure that we have a running pipeline all of the time. And then we add this one on top, which basically covers the entire back. So we've got a couple of things we could implement, right? So one is we could do picture in picture. I mean, it's not a requirement just yet, but it is something we could do. So I think we might need to look at how to set this Z order here for the compositor. Because what we're going to need to do, I think, if we wanted to flip between two things, I think we would end up needing to change the Z order. But I'm not entirely clear if we can change that after the fact. So I don't know whether how we implement this exactly. There's a couple ways we could probably look at it, right? So one is, can we change the Z order on the fly? The other would be, can we block this pad, right? Wherever it comes in, right? I guess it would be 2 pads. We would need to block the volume too. So that could be another way to potentially implement it too. We basically stop data flow here, but I don't know if that breaks the pipeline. Like, does that stop this from playing or progressing further? So yeah, I guess we're gonna have to play with that. And now I'm trying to remember, what was the last example that we had working? This way. Let's look at main real quick. I'm trying to remember what we did last time. So that's just starting up. We create the mixer. Okay, it was an RTMP input. Right. So one thing that we ended up doing before was we were pushing video from this machine I have, that direction, up to this RTMP endpoint. And then we had our switcher going and fetching that RTMP feed and pushing it to this endpoint. And we can test that out really quick too. I don't think you've been around for a little bit, Aaron, because you haven't seen this working, right? Okay. So we are now pushing Big Buck Bunny from this other tower that I have here. Come on. There we go. So now we have Big Buck Bunny coming to this RTMP endpoint.
Intruder alert. An unauthorized connection has been detected.
Beginbot, welcome. Total surprise. So welcome Raiders. So we are working on an RTMP switcher that hopefully we will use for GopherCon to be able to have a bunch of streamers come in and stream to some endpoint that's sitting somewhere, and then we're going to have this switcher pull from these feeds and be able to say, go from the MC to the next streamer. And all of this automated from a scheduler, fall back to pre-recorded videos, and kind of push that out. So this will also be used for Learn TV at Microsoft as well. So I was actually just starting to demo what we have going on right now. So right now I have a computer pushing this video RTMP to this endpoint, and we're going to start up our switcher here. Okay, so this will take a second. So this is now going to fetch from this RTMP feed and push it to this RTMP feed. Come on. There we go. And now we should be able to also come in here, and we're going to add an input. And we should watch the new video pop up over the top of this and start playing here in a second. We've got a slight delay because of the transmuxing here, but... And there's our second video, which is playing on top of the other video. This will take about, I don't know, 1.5 minutes to make its way through. I guess, is that a little bit of bleeding under there? And then I guess once this finishes, well, I guess we could also do this. We can come remove the input, and then we should see it drop out. There we go. Okay, so that other input dropped out. Why would you want that? Bopo Joe, are you talking about the switcher? Is that what you're talking about, Bopo Joe? Is why would we want a switcher? Oh, video on video. So the reason for this is actually, if you think about even using like OBS or a production video switcher, what the idea is when we think about these as individual, say, camera views, right? You might want to transition from camera 1 to camera 2 and things like that. So we're trying to create like a virtual version of that, so we could have multiple streamers and or pre-recorded videos, and then be able to toss them into a currently running feed. So if like I'm pushing to Twitch, if I wanted to start sending a video to this Twitch channel, I would have to stop my stream. You would see it end, and then I'd start pushing from somewhere else. This gives us the ability to create a linear video feed that we can keep throwing stuff into. And so the idea would be, if we start thinking about doing like an online conference or things like that, I would be able to have just a straight feed, and we would be able to transition to an MC, then transition over to the streamer and all of this stuff while maintaining a consistent video feed and not having to do like Skype or Zoom or something weird like that. So Lanklass, we solved the weird jitter issue. So if we come look at this, the color issue that we had was we were switching our format here. It was defaulting after it was defaulting for the encoder. We were going like 422. And when we manually set caps here to force it to what we wanted, that fixed that issue. The jitter issue actually turned out to be the fact that this system is overloaded, right? It's doing screen capture for Twitch and all of the mixing and stuff like that. It's encoding to send out my stream to Twitch and everything. So it was just doing too much stuff. When we changed the H.264 encoder here to an NVENC one, which is using a second graphics card in my tower, all of our issues went away. You're building an advert baker inner. Wait, what? Is the delay caused by the video buffer, like the video is buffered ahead 30 seconds, so after that is when the new video starts? Yeah, so it's delayed because what's happening is RTMP is being pushed to this endpoint, and this endpoint is just an Nginx RTMP. All right, let's see if we have like an example configuration here. Okay, so at this endpoint, we have, where are you? There we go. So we kind of have this feature turned on, telling it, hey, I want you to generate HLS. So it's just the time that Nginx is taking to take that RTMP stream and to transmux it into HLS data. So there's, some latency there. And then add on to that this stream is now pulling from that stream and doing the same thing. No, so this is not for advertisements, Popo Joe. Yeah, as Tupac says, I'm one of the organizers of GopherCon. So we're trying to do something that has a higher kind of production value than doing Skype or Zoom. And so thought that this would be interesting. And then also, I'm building this on company time to also be used here. So all of this will be tied together with a scheduler here that's going to drive this site as well when it's all done. So those are the two main purposes that we'll solve right now. And it's going to be completely open source for, any conference or anything that anybody who wants to do something like this to use. Okay, so what's on the agenda for today? Oh, I mean, I suppose they could do that, right? I guess I can't really control what people do with it after the fact, but Big Buck Bunny. So here, I'll send you well, that's HLS, but it's Blender. Big Buck no, I don't want HLS. There we go. It's on Blender's website. That one and Syntel are both completely open, so you can use them for things like this. Okay, so before everybody joined, we were talking about like what's next. So if we look at our Rust code, we've got a lot of like unwraps and things like that in here, which we really don't want to do because if something happens, then this is basically going to crash. It's going to panic. And we want this to be as rock solid as possible. So we want to get rid of a lot of these. So this is like a really, really, you know, quickly kind of proof of concept that we have working. So we definitely need to like refine it and make it more stable and make sure we're not doing this, get some better logging and things like that going. We need to containerize it so that we can run it somewhere. So that's another task that we need to do. We do have some graceful shutdown things we need to solve yet. We have some things like what if we try to add something in the middle of a state change? So we definitely have some things we need to do there. But the other thing that we have not solved now is you saw here that I could add a video and then remove it. However, we haven't really solved for what if I want to keep both going, but I want to like switch back and forth between them. And so we were talking about that a little bit before everybody joined. And off the top of my head, the two approaches we could look at. Let me catch up on chat here. Baking ads into a video stream are better in my opinion. Nothing is free, but also then it's not reaching out and loading third-party JS and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, I guess I hadn't considered you could use this for ads and stuff like that, but that's not the purpose that I'm building it for. So the two ways I could think of off the top of my head to implement this are inside of our compositor. Inside of our audio mixer, we don't have the same thing. So we could turn the volume down on the channel that's active or not. That one's probably easier solved. On the compositor side, we can either try to change the Z order to move something up or down. I don't know if we can do this to a live running pipeline. We're going to have to try it. The other thing that we could think about doing is see if we can block this pad, effectively preventing it from transmitting data. I don't know what that will do to our pipeline. So we could try either one of these or both. Maybe we should just try both and see what happens. Is sound changed instant? Well, so that's a difficult question to answer. So at the source, all of this is instant, right? So if you were to like produce that into a video on disk where the switcher is, it's all instant. So the delay that you hear is just that stream making its way over to the RTMP endpoint and the RTMP endpoint transmuxing it or transcoding it. And the only reason that's happening right now is because I just wanted this web player to kind of see what we were looking at. So this is really kind of turning it into HLS. And if you're not familiar with how all of this stuff works.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Serenity Ready, thanks so much for the follow. So yeah, so the way all of this stuff works is typically there's a very low latency protocol that's used to transmit the stream. So that's what RTMP is. So even right now as you're watching Twitch, RTMP is coming from me to Twitch. Their transcoder is transcoding it and transmuxing it into a bunch of different resolutions. And those are stored in 2 to 6 second segments. And then a manifest file, I think it's MPEG- for Twitch, but other places like YouTube use HLS, which is what we're using right now. That's just served over HTTP, and it's just an index file of where to find those segments in order. And then it's going out over HTTP and fetching them and filling a video buffer. That's how we scale out wide to lots of viewers, because now you can just CDN the crap out of that.
It appears we have a new follower.
Solax, thanks so much for the follow. Blocking will surely cause stutter on restart. I mean, let's see if we can change the order, the Z order of a running pipeline. I don't know if we can. Let's just video compositor. No, is it just compositor? I think it's compositor. Compositor. Yeah. Okay. All right, so we don't need all this. Okay, so we can set the alpha too. We can set the height and width of a pad and its X position, Y position, Z order. Okay, so it doesn't say what we can do here. I want to try this because what I would find interesting later is we might be able to animate something, right? Like we may be able to build a transition where we take one image and scale it down towards the corner or something like that. So I think the ideal approach would be, can we change the Z order of this? So that's how you distribute to, yep. So that's exactly how all that works. We could pull up the dash file for my current stream. For here, if we looked at this URL here, we may not be able to see anything. Okay, it's not found. I'll push some data and then I'll show you what this looks like. So WebRTC is a little more complicated. So WebRTC ends up creating a peer-to-peer there's some oddities in there where there's a tunnel that can take place too. But it's slightly more complicated, but it is low latency peer-to-peer, but WebRTC does not support a lot of clients. So right now, HTTP is kind of the best way to do that. Okay, so this is the manifest file that player is reading. So now if we open up downloads, so here we can see the individual transport stream segments. And if we were to download this again, does it keep it as the same name? What did it save it as this time? I don't know, it's stream key 1. There we go. We can see now there's additional segments in here. And if we were transcoding this into a bunch of different resolutions, you would see those here. And so the way that works is if the video player, where are you? If this player right here starts getting buffer underruns, right? Like it's not able to download the data from those segments fast enough. What it'll do is it'll come back to this manifest file and say, hey, is there another resolution for this? And then it'll download that because obviously those segments will be much smaller. And then that'll start playing. And that's why if you ever watch, Hulu, YouTube, whatever, you see the video get slightly blurrier for a second and then it comes back. That's exactly what it's doing. It's decided that it can't keep up downloading at that resolution. So it goes out and downloads for a couple of segments or however many it needs to, the lower resolution. And that's exactly how adaptive bitrate works. RTMP actually comes from Flash, believe it or not. That is where that protocol was invented, and it still lives. Flash is dead, but RTMP lives. Okay, so let's see. We know. Let's close this. Let's start looking at how we're going to do this Z order thing. Yeah, RTSP is typically like home security cameras and stuff like that. The protocol is really crazy. There's a video I'll have to link everybody to if you're interested. It like changes the header based on things to try to reduce bits. It's crazy. Okay, so let's look at our inputs here. We're going to have this audio convert. Okay, so we've got to figure this out. We know what our so this is the point at which we connect our audio. we know that we can change the volume of this, so we'll worry about that one in a second. Now for the video, we're going to have this new pad that comes in. So we need to wait. Sync pad is video. What did video come in as? That's video convert. So what we're looking for here is we need to be able to identify this, where are you? This pad. The video? Okay, it's from YouTube, demuxed, RTMP. All right. Let's see. I'm pretty sure it's from demuxed. Demuxed RTMP. It was one of the X-Flash people who gave the talk. Is it this one? Is it that one? It's like how we got here. Let's quickly scan it. Okay, yeah, this might be it. Yeah, okay, yeah. All right. There's another one by an X-Flash employee too that's really good. Okay, so what were we doing? You're distracting me, everybody. Okay, so we need to be able to identify these pads so that we can mess with them. LJ, I think I might have missed you, but thanks so much for the follow. Okay, so we need to look at where we link here. So our issue here is when we link, we're getting in our audio and video. These are our mixers. So it's at this point that we could probably change things, right? Just thinking this through. So these are the elements we are interested in. However, it's the mixer that's going to be told to do something. So we need to think about our API a little bit here, right? So our options are either tell the mixer to change the input or something. Change active input. I don't know. Active input. Or we mixer foo inputs bar. Or we update the input directly. So, what is the best approach here? So we have the video config. We have the width and height. So, I mean, we could put a Z order on here. Like pub Z order, right? And make this, I don't know, like a U8 or something. this is definitely an option. Now, so yeah. So I think we're going to need to add commands. Now I kind of wish we hadn't used an enum here, because we're going to have to implement it for each one. So because I think what we're going to need to implement here is a couple of functions. We're going to need to do like a pub function, set volume, right? And then maybe like a pub function, set z order, something like this. And we're going to have to implement that for each of our types. And then that would allow us in our mixer to have some sort of I think we need to implement this on both sides. Crap. Okay. We're going to need a variation of this, right? So I think we want people to be able to control the individual inputs. But I think we want like some sort of higher level abstraction that will change two inputs at one time. That just kind of automates these things. So I think maybe what we should do first is like, let's just work on this. We'll worry about talking to the mixer directly in a second. Let's just worry about how do we get the okay. Volume for the audio config. That's fine for now. All right. What did we change here? Let's worry about Z order first. Okay, so we're going to change the Z order. I kind of want to play with setting the width and height too. So we're going to need to, let's change our type. Let's go to, we're going to need to implement it for all of them. Okay. So these are all our individual elements, but the thing I am most interested in here is we want our audio pad. Wait, where are we setting our volume? Are we using this? We are. Okay. So setting volume, it should be fairly easy, right? So I'm just gonna add. We're just gonna go ahead and create this first. So set volume. We don't need anything. I guess. Volume. F64. 63, 64. Okay. To look at what screen? Okay, so this is our set volume. And we just need this.
An unauthorized connection has been detected.
Mr. Halsey, what's going on? Thanks so much for the raid. How was your stream? Krasnik, what's going on? So we are working on, we have like a working pipeline now, which is freaking awesome. It was kind of a slow stream on Monday, but figured some stuff out. I am ridiculously happy about that. So we have one computer pushing RTMP to an endpoint. We have our switcher reading in RTMP and pushing it out to another RTMP endpoint. And we are currently able to add a video on top without it fast forwarding. All of the audio is good, all of the video is good, and we can remove it. So what we are working on trying to solve today is how do we leave the two inputs there and like actively switch between them. Stream was good, getting back into working on GD native macros and then intro to the game client. Oh, cool, nice. Wardley, thanks so much for the follow. The delay issues. Are you talking about where the video would like fast forward? Is that what you're talking about, Krasnik? All right, what is our error here? Missing Z order. Oh, right, because we need an okay here. Yeah, so what we did there is, I can actually show you. So this is our set volume function. We're gonna need to implement this for some other stuff. We needed to set offset. Okay. So what we did there was when we connected the pads of our new video coming in, what we did was we went out and got the running time of the pipeline itself. So we know how long the pipeline's been running, let's say 5 minutes. And then we take the source pad, which is the new video coming in, and we add that as an offset so that we basically apply that time and then the clocks don't think they need to play catch up. Does that make sense? All right, where was our Z order? I'm gonna remove that for now. We're just gonna work on set. All right. All right. Yeah, okay. I love the fact that you can add methods to enums. All right, volume. Yeah, and it turns out a lot of the discontinuity errors that we were getting was actually just my computer being saturated. So I switched it to a hardware version of the H.264 encoder, and now it's using a second graphics card that's in my computer, and that all works fine. All right, so we need to come into I don't think we have volume in our fake inputs, so we're gonna have to worry about that later. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. So we're just gonna do this for now. We're just basically gonna make it a no op. All right. What are my computer specs? That depends on the system you're looking at. So I have a new one that I built over here that's just used for Windows, but the one that I'm currently streaming off of has 2 Xeons with 8 cores and hyper-threading. It's all liquid-cooled, 128 gigs of DDR4, expandable to 1 terabyte. It has a hardware RAID card with a terabyte of RAM and 4 or 6 SSDs that are striped using that, and then a 2080 Ti and a 1050 Ti, 1070 Ti in there. All right, let's see. Method not found in input fake. Wait a second. No. Okay, that's the last time. So we're just missing the Z order on our mixer. So let's get rid of this for now. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've been building this computer for a number of years. Before, I've been in distributed systems space for a while. So I built this because I needed to simulate distributed systems. So I was constantly running tons of virtual machines and things like that. So that's how it ended up getting built. Now it's a kind of overkill for i3 and Arch, except for what we're doing now. And the fact that I work for a cloud provider now, I just get to spin up whatever I need to. All right. What is this? Help if this is intentional. Unused volume. Okay, let's work on these ones first. So line 72. No, here. So what is it? Input is a reference to the data it refers to cannot be borrowed as mutable. Wait a second. So borrowed reference, so, oh, we need to do a mute. So, okay. That would struggle, right? What used to kill people is, you know, I'd run this thing and they're like, you don't play games on it? Nope. 440. So these are just... All right, so we're just gonna put an underscore here because we know this is just our fake input. And 506. 506, okay. So now we have this function to set our volume. Now let's work on Z order. This one's gonna be slightly more complicated. All right, so and this is, we're just going to use a U8 for now. All right. All right, so we're going to need to mark this as a to-do. And we'll come back to it. I think for our fake and test, well, no, let's implement it first. All right. Okay. Now we have our placeholders. '80, '81, and '82 can be grouped into a single match expression. I guess you got a point. How's that? What's that look like? Srini, ready? Because I know we can do this, right? And that matches everything. Does that work? What goes here, though? I guess I'm not sure what gets put here. I'll back that out for a second. A or B or C? Do you have an example of that, Srini? I'm really curious. Okay, so this is just our... I'll start working on this and see whether... Okay, so we are going to need to look at our link, because the link is the point at which we are handed the element. These are our mixers. So that's what we need to find. But I guess we would know, wouldn't we? Because what are we linking that to, right? So in this case, video is linked to video queue. So this is the thing that we're linking to the video. So it would be, we could take this element, get its source pad, and then find its peer, and then we would never need to store that. Or, well, no, because this is going to be the element. So we're going to need the pad anyway. So we're either going to take this queue and look to its peer, or we're going to store this and then try to figure out which pad got created here. So let's just go this route. We're going to look at self video queue. So we should be able to take self.video queue, and then we should be able to ask it for get wait, how? Get static pad. There we go. That's what we want. And we want the source pad. We're going to unwrap that. We're going to get its peer. And now this peer, let's see. We need better error handling, but we're going to come back and do that. Okay, so let's just return okay here for now. So at this point, we now have the peer pad. So what we want to do is say peer pad dot set property z order, and then pass this. Okay, what's our error? All right, we need a reference. Let's see. 535. So I guess in this case, we'd still do the same thing, right? Except now we want just video. And then, is that it? No, where's our other to do? There we go. And this one, what are we linking video to? Video caps filter. Okay. All right, so in theory this exists, but we're gonna need to expose a way of swapping these. So let's see, we could cheat. Well, what do we have in our HTTP logic already? So, handlers. All right, we've got our mixer create. I think we just have add, remove, and delete. Okay. So I think we're gonna have to add something here. Maybe like an update. So our options are, we can try to just do a, is it put mixer name inputs name, right? And we could update the entire mixer at once, which I don't know if we want to do that. That's going to get slightly more complicated if we change things, too many things. So the other option would be to maybe post here and do we have individual calls like this? I don't know if I like that. Maybe we just do the put for now, but we ignore everything else. I think maybe that's the way to go. Okay, so we're gonna have to update this, and we're also going to need our filters. Okay. I need a better way of abstracting this out too, so we don't have to keep copy and pasting them. So we are going to need to do an input update. What is that? Huh. So there's a new audio tool. That's cool. All right, so we want this to be a put. We're gonna need access to all of this, and we're gonna call the input update handler. We know that doesn't exist right now, which is fine. String inputs, string, okay, yep. So let's just, okay, so we need to start here. All right, here's our input. Oh, no, because we need to pass in data, right? I guess we would have like an input update request. This is going to still error on us because this macro doesn't work for this. Okay. I don't think we need this, right? Because even here, what did we do in this example? Mixer name. Okay. So this is where we're gonna start. I'm gonna put a marker here because we're gonna be jumping here a lot. Where's our input create request? Where's that defined? Is that in module? Okay, yeah, there we go. So we need to do a similar thing here. And for our update request, we are just going to, we don't need that. That. All right, so we're going to have volume. That's an F64. I guess we could have it be an option, right? And for here, we would also have Z order, right? For now, these will be the only things we support changing. And would I say that was a U8? Hey, Melky Dev, what's going on, man? We're trying to get some live switching going on now. We're able to like live add and remove things and everything's working. Now we kind of want to try for like, let's leave the two feeds going and let's alternate between them. More NLP stuff. Nice, nice, nice. G streaming is going pretty good today, actually. Do I have 2K now? I got a follow bot like a few months ago too, so I don't know how much of that is the follow bot. Stupid follow bots. But that, I mean, that was a few months ago. Okay, so we have our input update request.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
AP Bondarev, thanks so much for the follow. Okay, so now we need to get our mixer. Let's see. All right, so here's where we need this whole line. I need to find a way to reuse a lot of this too. We need to do a bunch of cleanup here because all of this could be abstracted, right? Gonna have Eric playing in the background as I finish up some data cleaning on a bunch of Twitter data. Yeah, for data science stuff, data cleaning is the worst. Oh wow, you got hit with a 6.1K last week. I don't think mine was that high. I think it was high hundreds, maybe 1,000. And it's hard to know at that point how much of it, like, you know, dropped off, how much of it stayed. Screws up everything. Wait, what is this? Input up. Wait, what? Oh, I didn't put request here. Okay, there we go. All right. So at this point, we now have the mixer. We know that much. So now we need to go into... We need to ask it for an input. So where's our input get? Get. Well, I guess we need basically all of this, don't we? right? Input update. Okay. There's so much duplicate code here. All right. Oh, let's just put this here for now. Data science is quite literally cleaning your data and putting it into NP arrays for modernize. Oh, wait. Okay, because we need response. Yeah, we just need like this, right? There we go. Input updated. Okay. Oh, this isn't gonna work. Crap. So this is one of the issues we ran into with using Warp too, is like ensuring that these types are the same. So I need to actually copy all of this and use that here. Updated. Because the final type has to be consistent. Oh. And this should not be okay, or this should be okay. There we go. Why are you erroring now? Expected struct warp with status found. Wait, what? 304. Wait a second. Oh, okay. So we've got conflicting things. So here we're returning a with status. Here we're returning this. So we've kind of got like this mixture. So really, we can get rid of all of that. We can come back to this. And then it's this one that we would change. Not found. Yeah, we've got some inconsistencies going on here. Okay. So at this point we have our input. So we should be able to just say input dot well, no, because we want to ensure that that exists. So we need to say if let sum volume equal, wait, what did we call it? Request. Okay. So here we want request dot volume, right? I think that's how an if let works, right? So then we should be able to say input dot set volume all right. So we can't do that. Well, let's try and get this working first, and we know we need to come back and handle our errors better anyway. For now, I'd like to just see. Can't be borrowed as mutable. Wait, input is an and reference to the data it refers to cannot be borrowed is mutable. Why? Is it because mixers isn't mutable? No. Oh, because we're not doing a get mute on this. Get mute. Types differ in mutability. Okay. What is that warning? Okay. I don't think this works here. Yeah, okay. We need to come back and handle that, but we know we have a lot of error handling to do. So the other thing we can do is check for Z order, right? Z order, okay. Z order. Oh. Z order. Okay. So, we should also do this when we create it, set what the Z order is. But for now, let's do this. I'm just thinking, we need another longer video to play because Sintel's too short. Well, I guess we could look, what does Akamai have in here for... What is 8? Play stream, what are you?
Le CMAF, l'ultra low latency.
Oh, well this is all, that's not what we want. We need like live RTMP feeds or something. What do we want to do here? I mean, we could play Big Buck Bunny twice. I mean, that would be an option. Sintel is too short. So we just need like some kind of WebM file that's open that I won't get in trouble for playing on stream. Maybe Big Buck Bunny is just it. Maybe we just have to play Big Buck Bunny more than once. Oh wait, we're doubled here. That's not what we want. There we go. So I mean, we could just play this twice. So we want to add an input. Sure. Okay, so we're going to call that Big Buck Bunny. And we're going to leave this for a second. Now let's... I guess technically that would be a patch, wouldn't it? But we'll leave put. here. Okay, so we have inputs. What do we call it? Big Buck Bunny? BBB? Okay, yep. So there's Big Buck Bunny. And for the body, we just need... All right. What do we need here? We need volume, which we are going to set to, I don't know, 0.0. And then we need Z order, which... Oh, this is already going to be on top. What are we calling... What do we call this in our main? We're just calling it eric.dev. Okay, so maybe what we want to do is the reverse of this. We want to get that playing, and then we want to push it up above. So we're going to call this eric.dev. Okay, and the Z order, I don't know, let's pick 10. Okay, so let's push this. Okay, so we now have that feed pushing over RTMP. What's the name of which tool? What I'm using for testing the HTTP API? This is called Postman, and there's another one too. Is it called like Infinity or something? Melky uses one. Melky Dev, what's the one you use? I use Postman, you use a different one. But that's the one I'm using. Okay, so we have this stream running. And now, you know, we're a decent way into it. So let's try to get our API endpoint running. Oh, maybe not. Expected function that takes 3 arguments. And that takes 4 arguments. Let's go to our filters. Oh, right. Ah. I forgot about that one. So we need the JSON body. So this is an input update JSON body. And I forget where we define these. Input JSON. Yeah. I feel like there's got to be like a more reusable way to do this. Because we're only changing like this, right? Compile. Okay. There we go. So now, you know, we're a few minutes into this video. Right? Come on. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna add Big Buck Bunny on top. And that's what this is gonna do. So in a few seconds here, we should see this pop back, right? Because we're playing a second version of Big Buck Bunny on top of this one that is starting. Okay, so now there's that. Now let's try to see if we can change the Z order of the original one. Oh, input not found. It should be. All right, let's debug this. What is this input found? BBB source. Okay, what was the original one called? Oh, we called it RTMP. Okay. So we want inputs RTMP, and we're gonna bring that one to the top. What do you mean it's not? Where's main? Input add. Config. Oh, it's RTMP underscore input. Okay. Now let's see where we're at. Smelling flowers. Boom. All right. A few seconds. Hopefully we'll see it popped later in the video because we should be bringing the bottom one up top. I hope. No? I feel like we should have observed the change by now. So does that mean we can't change the order of it once the pipeline is running? Okay, so that didn't work the way we were hoping for. Let's go look at our video mixer compositor. So our Z order didn't change. So the question is, did we modify the right pad? We should have jumped to here. Okay, so let's kill it. What happened? So Postman says we updated it. I mean, we could have seen whether the video or the audio changed. So let's see. Where are we? This is in test. All right, so here's our URI implementation. This is what we're interested in. So we get the peer pad. Now I'm curious. Print line peer pad dot get. All right, I'm curious what we're getting here. Well, I guess we could test this from, no, because the input's not listed. But could we set it to 0? Why are you erroring on me? Oh, right. All right, let's run this really quick. I suppose we can just try to modify this and see whether the pipeline changes, because we should be able to look at our debug pipeline graph and see that the change occurred. So this is playing, right? Which is fine. So what's our Z order now? So 1 is our test source. Okay. So this should be called sync 1, right? It's called sync 1. So we did try to set that. But we're not observing it. Calmec, what's going on? Okay, so we clearly have something going on here. Can we... Pad dot... Can we get a property here? It's fine. But I want to print line. And I would like to see what the Z order says it is after this occurs. Alright, what do we complain about? Oh, because this what? I need to like unwrap it. I'm not doing too bad. You know, starting to get to some of the more fun stuff with this build. Cannot be formatted by the default formatter. Alright, how do I get you into a string? Can I use this debug? Okay, that works. I feel like we might have to do something here. Because I feel like I don't want to remove it from the pipeline or not. Am I gonna own an online TV finally? Alright, let's get this playing. Okay, so now we have a playing pipeline. And let's change the Z order. Okay. Wait, why did that not print? Is that failing? I mean, because we never got to this point, right? Something's not right here. Okay, so I feel like this is returning some like an error or something maybe. I'm hoping to get, I mean, once we get this particular thing that we're trying to do figured out, we're mostly there, aside from like just hardcore going through each of these things and, you know, better error handling. You know, I'd like to see some better ways of abstractions where I have some copy and paste code and things like that too. But, you know, the basic proof of concept is there. So okay, here we go. Ah. Expected GU int got GU char. Okay, so we have mismatched types here. So Is that expecting a 32? Set Z order. I think that's what it wants, is a U32. Okay. What am I missing one? Line 301. 301. Wait. Of handlers. Okay. 301. Oh, right. Because we need to change our request. This needs to be a 32. It could be a 16. I think it wants a 32. Okay. Let's try again. That would explain why it didn't work last time. I mean, the other thing we could do is also change the alpha, right? So maybe we could have like just a hide function which reduces the volume to some amount and then sets the alpha or Z index or something. Mozilla employee. Who is a Mozilla employee? Okay. Is that successful? It's still saying it's 2 though. Oh, look at that. It worked. Okay, so what happens? So we have this here. Are you gonna play? Why are you not playing? Okay. So we have it set to 10. Can we set it to 0? And then it should move behind the black. Because the black video is at index 1. We also have volume set to 0. So there's no volume on it. Look at that. We moved it. So we can live move these things. So now if we set the volume back to full volume and this to 2, we should put it back up above. If I'm not, I should apply for a position. Why is that? Didn't they just lay off a bunch of people? Or you just mean because I'm doing Rust? And I'm by no means a Rust expert. I'm trying to get better at it. All right, we're missing sound though. Oh, no, we're not. Sweet. Now, I'm curious what happens. Oh, that's loud. Loud. What happens if we take this and put it at the same exact Z index as something else? So our compositor, we have 1 and 2. What happens if we try to put 2 things at Z order 1? And I'd like to get a feel kind of for what kind of sanity checking we need to do. Like, do we need to go through and grab all of the components off of there? Okay, so we have 2 things at Z order 1. What happens? Now, I kind of want to play with some other things, everybody. I think that we should... it looks like nothing happened. So I'm not... I guess it must prioritize them based on when they were added. If they share the same Z index. So I guess that would be fine. Can we give it a negative number? What happens if we give it a negative number? Oh, it's unsigned. Right. Okay. So this works. Whoa, that was kind of weird. Okay, so what do we want to do here? The other thing I wanted to do was I wanted to look at what else was available on here. Maybe we should commit this. Where's our input? Where's our debug? Okay, debug. All right, so let's go ahead and commit this. What did we do inside Mixer? Oh wait, that's the input itself. Git add source mixer. Okay. Live change Z order and volume of inputs. So this still doesn't like live switch right now, right? So we probably want to build an abstract. I'm not going to say that this ticket's closed yet, because the ticket itself, I think what we really want to do is say swap, what the top level thing is. So we probably want to build some sort of abstraction that says, hey, I want you to take this input and move it here. And we'll have to think about what that looks like. So we're just going to commit this as is now. And there's two other things I think I want to play with today. I think one is, let's see if we can change the alpha, right? So on our individual pad, we had a couple of other things that we could do, right? So we can change alpha here. And the other thing that we can do is change the width, height, and X and Y positions. And I think we should do it. So let's go to our input, or our input update request. What's our config? It's an I32 for width and height. Okay, so width, height, and let's do X position and Y position. All right. Okay, so that's also an I32. Perfect. Okay, so oh, we need alpha. We need alpha. And what was our options for alpha? 0 to 1. So I think we're gonna need to do the same thing. Alpha with height, X position. All right. Let's do it. All right, so inside handlers, we need our input update, right? Because we do have the option to say, to blanket set properties. So we need to expose more of this. So our options are to add individual things for input, set X position, set Y position, set width, right? Do we want to do all of that? I mean, I suppose we could, right? But we probably want to just have some sort of input dot set config. I don't know, just maybe an update. What do we want this to look like? I don't think we want like X, Y, width, height, alpha, Z, right? I mean, that would be a really, really busy function call. So what do we want this to look like? So maybe what we should do here is let's change up our input. We probably want like a pub struct input config maybe. That would look a lot like this, right? Wait, oh, we already have a mixer config. So maybe we just need to make our video config have all the other stuff, right? So this would be X position, Y position, and Z order, right? What did I do in there? Let's get rid of that for a second. What did I do in mixer? Oh, right. And what did I do in here? Okay, so we do need that. But I wonder if we should, because in our create request, right, we're actually asking for here, right? So really, should we change up our endpoint for our input? Yeah, because see, we have all of this, right? We should just remove all of this and do this. So we're gonna have a few places we need to fix, but I think this is the right way to do this, to kind of keep things consistent. And, you know, the location we're not going to change. At least for now. Because I think what we would need to do for that is to like completely remove this input and then re-add it. And maybe we do that in the future. But for right now, let's just stick to just updating mixer things. So let's go fix stuff. 291 on mixer mod. What are you looking for? All right, okay, so we don't have Z order and stuff. So Z order, we're just gonna say none. X position and Y position, we're gonna say the same thing. X position, Y position, none. Okay. PHP handlers. All right, because we're gonna need to like request dot video dot. Right. That's an option, right? So we need dot unwrap dot G order, right? I don't like this at all. We need to go back through and fix this, but I expected U32 found I32. Oh crap, I mixed that up, didn't I? We might need to change the types on these as well. Alright, line 296. So, same thing. Okay. So we've now fixed those, but we need to do a couple of things. So
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Optimizer, thanks so much for the follow. Okay, so at this point, we now have an audio and video config that, oh, we're missing one still. You go away. We're still missing alpha, right? And alpha, that was also an I32, wasn't it? No, it's an F664. So alpha is an F64. Okay. Okay. Missing alpha on line 292. So same thing. Alpha. Trying to program Go. Okay. So what do we need to do now? Get rid of filters. We don't need this. We're still going to need that. Handlers we're probably going to still need. And this we can probably do away with. Okay. So our mixer, when we add our input add, okay. Everything is done on this side.
Someone
Okay.
finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Pandemic Rust, thanks so much for the follow. Okay. So we need to come into our input and let's just mess with URI from now. Wait, what? Impl URI. There we go. Okay. So we're going to have a few things we need to set here. So we need to go to where we link everything. So there's our source pad. So we need the sync pad here. So we need to here look at config set x, y, alpha, z, width, height, right? So where are we using? Okay, we're already doing it here. We're doing it on the caps filters. So coming in, we have this caps filter on our input right here. So I don't think we can set that on that caps filter though. GST inspect caps filter. I'm just not sure how much of that can be set at the caps filter, right? All of this stuff, format, frame rate, width, height, all of that can be set there. So, but I do think that we have to set the Z order here, and I think we have to set alpha here too. And I think also X. So let's just assume that width and height is already handled for us here. So let's oh no, we need sync pad. Sync pad. Set. All right. So we need to set I'm almost wondering if it would be helpful because we have this like set properties method here, whether it would be helpful to have something on our config that allows us to generate that rather than doing these individual calls. But all right, Z order, and we'll say this is config dot, right? Oh, we don't have access to the config at this point. Crap. All right, we need to think about that. So I guess we're gonna have to clone the config, aren't we? Well, no, because we could move it. Ah. This would be, is it video dot Z order dot unwrap. Values used after partial move. Use occurs due to use in closure. Oh, 105. All right, what is this one? This result may be in, okay, so we need a few of these, right? So we need, was it GS compositor? All right, so we have alpha. We know that's one. Alpha. Alpha. blending operator used for blending pad over the previous ones. Interesting. Repeat after end of stream. Oh, that would be... Okay, so that's kind of cool. So it looks like we have... Wait. That's on the source side. So it looks like we can say, hey, like after we've hit end of stream, we want to take the last frame and just hold it there. And what's the default is false. Okay. No, X position. Width and height are already accounted for. X position, Y position. All right. I kind of want to use this too. Like that would be useful functionality to have later as well. And it looks like we can introduce some latency and stuff like that on the pads too. So, sweet. Okay. Now, later we might be able to do some sort of like animation where we slowly on some timer cause these things to happen. But for now, let's just see if we have the ability to do this. And can we live change it? Okay, pushing video. Starting switcher. Small bird, what's that? Just the switcher? Start. I can't even tell like how many hours we're gonna have of like just productionalizing this code. But I want to see this like proof of concept working first. Vanini baby, thanks so much for the follow. Okay. Oh. So we panicked at a call to unwrap. What did we try to unwrap? Oh, right. Okay, so we're gonna need to do a check here. I was not thinking about that. That these things can also not be set. So we need to wrap all of these. Let's just do an if let z order equal config dot video dot z order. Oops. Oh no, we need... There we go. Alright, so now... Wait, what's our error here? Wait a second. Oh. If let sum. There we go. Oh, everything? Thanks, man. I appreciate that. All right. So we need X, Y, alpha. Okay. So let's just change the order to alpha here. All right. And here we're going to change it to X position. And here we're going to change it to Y position. Okay. Try again. Yeah, also, anybody who's new here, I mean, you can control stuff. So you can say, like, hue green, or hue pink, or hue, I don't know, 64,500. Okay, so now we're playing. I'm actually surprised Dr. Dumenberg hasn't come here and done a drive-by pink on me. Okay, so now we have this video playing. Let's see if we can change this. So now we actually have some nested things. So really this should be audio. And then this should be video. All right. We don't care about the Z order right now. I don't know. With, I don't know, I don't know, 1024 by
that's super creative.
768. Let's see what happens. Oh, I guess we didn't set alpha either. I'm kind of curious about that. Alpha. Oh, wait. I take it back. Crap, that's not going to work. So that's not going to work because we haven't implemented this yet on live changing sources. We only have this right now when we create it, when we create this video config. So I think... $768. Oh wait, no, this is sum. All right, so we're gonna do that. Oops. Then let's set alpha to, I don't know, 0, some 0.5. Let's set Z position, I don't know, some, all right. Z order, some 5. I'm just going to make sure it's applied. Then let's set X position equal to, I don't know, 100, some 100, and Y position, some 100. Okay. Wait, what? Alright, what is all this? I don't have my errors showing up here anymore. Oh, missing frame rate. Okay. So why...
Would you like me to look up a recipe for a light bolognese sauce? It should pair quite nicely with your spaghetti code.
It kind of is spaghetti code right now. Okay, so now we're rerunning this, and we've just kind of like made it smaller, changed its alpha a little bit, so the background video should blur into it. And then we're just going to check to see whether Z order is applied, and the video should be shifted, in theory. Then we need to be able to like live modify this, hopefully. We're still playing, right? Yeah, okay. Come on. All right, so... Okay, so we changed the resolution of it, right? We can clearly see that. Let's go look here. So our Z order definitely didn't get set. Okay, so that's one issue. And it doesn't look like our alpha got set either, maybe. So where is all this coming in? Oh, interesting. Okay, so we clearly have a couple of things we need to fix, because we can see this coming in at 1920 by 1080 and this coming at 1024 by 768, but then we're going out at 1024 by 768, which is not at all what we wanted, right? We want to maintain the 1920 by 1080, but have this video show up in here. So I'm going to use the restroom really quick, and then we're going to fix it. We're also going to try and figure out why Z order isn't being set here.
I didn't know you had any friends, sir. It appears that our stream is being hosted.
Okay, back. So, let's look into a couple of issues here. So, we are passing in... Oh, wait a second. Ah, crap. All right, so I screwed up here, everybody. I messed up. Here's what happened. We actually changed the config of the mixer itself. So... And several of these aren't going to matter, right? So what we really wanted to do was we wanted to change this config, right? So this is really where we wanted. We'll leave that alone for now. And video config, what did we have there before? I think I was just passing this in. Okay. So it was the input we wanted to change. Now let's try this. Good old Windows wanting to restart the computer on me. Okay. All right, now we're playing. So here's our original stream. And here is... All right, what's going on here? There we go. Okay, so we see the resolution difference here. However, our X and Y positioning is not accurate. Okay, so that worked the way we wanted it to. Our issue was I just changed the stuff in the wrong place. But I don't see the Z order difference here. So why did our Z order not change? I'm wondering if this failed for some reason. Because basically none of this stuff changed. So let's just surround these with debug statements. And let's see if any of them are failing. What is this? Oh, I messed up another one. Please work. And then all we have to do is figure out how to do this live. There we go. Playing. What do we get? Z order is still not right. Oh, right. We knew that was going to happen. Oh, here we go. Right here. Property Z order of GST pad not found. Did we get the wrong pad? Okay, what did we do? Whoa. What do... All right. What is our sync pad? Oh, wait a second. This is not where we want this. Because at this point, we don't know what's going on. So we actually need... We need the video queue here. Wait. It's after all this that we assign. It is. Oh, we can't set it here. Well, no, we should be able to get at it here. Let's just call it VQ here, and we're gonna clone it here. Because what I'm thinking is the sync pad here is actually wrong. So this is where we're connecting it to the video convert. So this is still in our input pipeline, right? So this is, hey, we've discovered what type of input this is, and we have the pads. We're gonna link it to our video convert, video scale, all of those. That sync is at the start of our input pipeline, not at the end of our input pipeline, which is where the compositor is. So the video queue is the thing that ultimately gets linked to the compositor. So what we need to do is come into where all of this is, and we need to say, hey, compositor, let compositor pad equal VQ dot get static pad. Nope. And we want the source pad, right? So let's see. This will get us the source pad, which is the thing that's going to connect to the compositor. So we need to check. Juicy Sword, thanks so much for the follow. So this should be our Q pad, we'll call it. We're going to unwrap this because we should have a pad there, right? Now what we need to do is we need to say if the Q pad is linked, right? Because we only want to do this if we've already linked to the compositor. Otherwise, we have no way of knowing what we need. Okay. All right. So now what we want is the compositor pad, and we're going to use the Q pad, and we're going to ask it for its peer. We want to know what is it connected to. We're going to unwrap. All right. So now all of these, we should be able to change sync pad to compositor pad. Okay. Now let's try again. And those all look like they're okay, so let's see. Video mixer, we have a Z order, we have X position, Y. All right, what'd we get? What'd we get? What'd we get? All right, so here's the currently running video. And what's ours look like? Look at that. It works. Nice. So now we just need to add something to modify this after the fact. And so now I'm wondering, like, should we have individual functions for these? I guess why not, right? So I'm just thinking for a second here, thinking out loud. So we would end up having like a public function set alpha, right? We would have, you know, set X position, set Y position. So we could do that. We could have a public function set property, and then it just sort of forwards this along, but we would have to know what element it needs to be set on. So maybe that's not the right approach. But we could also do a pub function set config, or yeah, and then pass in video config or something like this, right? And then it could call all the methods individually. Thoughts, anyone? Or we do them both. Because maybe you want to actually do that. right? The thing that bothers me right now is there's so much duplicate code, right? Because we're going to copy this function for like everything. And I wonder if we should create kind of helper methods, right? I'm thinking that's it, right? Set peer pad property. Something like that. Like here's our element we pass in. And then maybe a property and str. And then whatever the value is. What type of function is this, right? Value dying to value. Like something like that. And then have this return back a result bool error. Like we could keep this as like maybe just the helper function. Then we could clean all of this up to say set peer pad property, and then we would just pass it self.video, right? Well, no, because that would be. Because we need to know that it's the source pad, right? I mean, I guess we could change this and just say pad, and this would be a GST pad, right? We're just sort of exploring what this API could look like. So if we did this, then we could say self.video.get static pad source. We'd still need to do an unwrap here. But I guess in theory we could, you know what, Z order. Oh, sorry to hear that, McCann. Unexpected, not found in the scope. I don't know. Is it a GST bool error? Is it a glib? Like, what type is that? Let res equal. What type is that? So it's a bool error, but I don't know what. Is it a GST bool error? No. I'm guessing it's glib, right? Glib object. No. I don't know what type you are. Well, I guess we don't really need to return back the same thing, do we? Because we've got our own result type. Doesn't have a size known at compile time. So how do they get away with it? because it's a pointer to. Appear pan. Okay, well, we know that.
Someone find you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Shabam Singh, thanks so much for the follow. Okay, so we could, in theory, replace all of this down here with this, right? Well, wait, no. All of this. So this needs to change to property, and this needs to change to value. Oh, we don't need all of this. We need pad back up here. Okay. Okay. So I guess we could clean all of this up here, right? Punchy Penguin, what's going on, man? What type are we in right now? Oh, this is fake, so we don't really care about all this stuff. So, I mean, we could do some better error handling here too, right? Because we want to, you know, check to make sure it's linked. I'm doing pretty good. We've got some fun stuff working right now. We're just trying to clean it up a little bit and add the ability to do it to a live source. So I think this reduces some of our duplicate code. So I guess let's find all of our set Z orders here. And this one's video queue, right? So much duplicate code here. And this is on the caps filter. Okay. So for this one, caps filter. There we go. I mean, yes and no. So we have like a working kind of example where we can add and remove inputs and outputs on the fly. We have the ability to kind of reorder them, what's on top, what's on bottom, and change their volume. Right now we're working on X position and Y position so that we can like move the video around and kind of do picture in picture. So we currently have it working on when we first create the input. We can say, hey, what do we want the alpha to be? What position do we want it? So we're currently adding the ability to change this live. So if you're hanging out for a few, you'll get to see this work where we're going to try and reposition the video after the fact. So we just need to implement a few things here. So set Z order. Wait. What is this? Oh, this is in the handlers. Okay, so right now we do have the ability to change the volume in the Z order, like live. So now what we're going to do is we've got kind of all the guts here and we're sort of bringing it to a closing. So we need to come into here and we're going to define a few more functions. So we need to I don't know, let's paste this like 5 times. I don't know how many we're going to need, but we're going to start with 5. Okay, so here we're going to change Z order for width. Here we're going to change it for height. Here we're going to change it for X position. Here we're going to change it for Y position. And then I think we just need alpha, right? Alpha. Okay. But we're going to have to change the values. The types. Because I think... What did we define them as in our config? Width, height, X, Y are all I32s.
Wonders may never
Okay.
cease. We have received a new subscriber, sir.
Punchy, thanks so much for gifting the sub. I really appreciate that. Alright, so this is also I32. I32. I32, right? And then alpha is an F64. Okay. So these are all now defined, but now we need to add them to our types. So, I guess we'll start with URI. Okay, so we need, what, like 4 more of these? Is that what it was? Okay, so width, height, X position, Y position, and we missed one. And this one is going to be alpha. And this one is F64. And we should have fixed these first. But this is I32. 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 Okay. And we're just going to copy these. Wait. We don't need that. That's a duplicate. Okay. We're going to copy these and we're just going to add them as placeholders in our other types. Set Z. Z order. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we should be able to just copy these, right? Because we're basically doing the same thing, except now we're going to pass in width, and we're going to hope we didn't break anything. Height, okay. X position, X position, Y, Y, Y. All right. And then this should be alpha. Alpha. Okay. Duplicate definition. Let's see. 433 input not found in this scope. What are we talking about? Oh, alpha. All right, so we have duplicate definitions on something line 437. Wait, we have more than one set alpha? Oh. We must have already started working on that. Okay. So now let's go into our HTTP handler, and we should be able to sort of like replicate this, right? So Z order for width. Height. X position. I'm gonna have so much code cleanup to do. Alright, and alpha. Alright, if that compiles, we should now have the ability to change these things out. Uh-oh, what'd we do? Values here after move. So that doesn't work, does it? So let request, let's call it video config equals request.video.unwrap. Okay. Request substitute request.video.unwrap for video config. Okay. Now let's get the video playing here really quick, and then we'll see what we can do. Okay. So we're waiting for that to start up. Let's go check out this. So our alpha, we're going to set that back to 1. Let's do 1920 by 1080. And we're not going to mess with X and Y just yet. I guess we could. X position 0. Y position 0. So in theory, this should fix it, right? This should throw it up full screen once we update it. And now let's see what happens. It should push it back up here. Oh, look at that. Oh, how cool is that? And now we're going to shift it 500 pixels off. Oh, I saw a little bit of tearing in there. Did that not work? Can we not shift it off the screen? Maybe negative numbers aren't valid. Let's try changing this back. 1024 by 768. I don't know, let's say 500 by 500. All right, so now probably in like 10 or 15 seconds, we should see it scale down and shift. Boom. How cool is this? And I don't know, let's and I'm sure we could create some sort of like animation thing for this, right? But this is ridiculously cool though. It's pretty seamless though too. Sweet. All right, so we're gonna commit this. And we're gonna, I guess we could close number 21. I still would kind of like, I mean, we do need to automate it, but we haven't configured volume, output, and resolution yet. We haven't done this yet either. Ooh, we should look into an image too. Okay, 20 is the one I'm looking for. So, source mixer. Oh. Get adds HTTP. All right. Input. Add ability to change width, height, alpha, Z position, or Z order, X position, Y position on the fly. Fixes number 20. All right. Oh, what do we want to work on now? I know I know I should spend some time cleaning up this code and starting to productionalize things, but adding features is so cool. We do need to start getting some logging and things like that in here too. Do our tests pass? Okay, so we have some sort of error. These are always a pain to debug too. Yeah, see, there's some sort of race condition here. We're gonna have to look into that at some point. Clean and test, Punchy. Are you saying we should spend our time cleaning up the code? Let me add a ticket. Do I have anything in here for... Okay, yeah, we do have this. Let's just add some comments here really quick. Okay, we already have some notes here. So the other thing too is I'm kind of thinking about this idea of like a higher level abstraction where you can just say, hey, swap between these two inputs. So we're just going to assume that you mean, hey, make sure this is full screen and is layered over the top of this other thing. Does that make sense? Where we can just say, hey, transition to input 1, transition to input 2, and then we sort of automate behind the scenes the manual messing with what the individual commands are. We should maybe what we should do, Punchy, is I'm kind of thinking about maybe doing logging. Like, let's get the log library introduced, because then as we move through and refactor, explain what again? Like layering. Oh, you mean what I'm talking about. Right, so right now we have the ability to configure each one of these and say, hey, what is its dimensions and where on the output does it show up, right? However, currently you have to use the API to modify one or more inputs to get the output that you want, right? So my thought is to build a higher level abstraction where you don't have to worry about like, hey, I need to change the Z order of this to be lower than this, or I need to change this stream's dimensions and things like that. Sort of like just a higher level API that says, I want streamer 1 to take up the whole screen. And then we can look at this particular input and say, it is not the lowest Z order. We need to increase its Z order, right, to something high. Or its dimensions aren't taking up the full screen. We need to grab what the dimensions of the mixer are and to scale it out to be that. Its volume is muted, some things like that. So it's really kind of building just a higher level, like, so that whoever's interacting with the API doesn't have to think about all of these individual things on these streams. They can just say, go to stream 1, go to stream 2. And it kind of automatically says, hey, well, crap, we want streamer 1 to be focused, so streamer 2's volume needs to go off, right? So it sort of knows when I say make stream 1 active, I mean make sure it takes up the full dimensions of the screen, make sure its Z order is higher than anything else, and make sure that everything else's volume is turned off. So, but we could wait to do that. But I do think that before we do all of the major refactorings, I think one of the things that we should do is look at implementing logging. And the reason for that is, like, while we're in there, we might as well add some valuable logs, right? So, thoughts. What would you prefer to work on? Should we start working on logging and cleaning up code, or should we start working on that sort of like transition thing, right? And maybe we just call it transition. And later we could add like a legit transition to it. I do want to look at images though. I kind of want to add an image source. GStreamer image source. No. I'm sure that there's some sort of image source. URID code probably would work for that too. Let's try it. Let's find, I don't know, what's a logo that we could use. Let's just find an image. Ooh, I kind of like this. I just want Yeah, I want that. All right. I want to see whether this works. Okay, so we're going to play this video. Getting into the subliminal messages. Okay, so this should be our GStreamer thing. So once we have this going, right now we're just using like this URID code bin, so it should figure out what type of source we need. Oh, I forgot we have the dimensions of this changed. So let's go back to main here. Okay, we're gonna change that back for now and start you back up. And now I kind of want to add an input. Let's just call it logo. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. Are we playing yet? Nope, not yet. My watermark. Okay. So let's make sure we have this playing. Wait a second. That's not right. There we go. Okay. So now let's add the logo. And it should show up, I'm guessing, up here. The Z order should be higher. Come on. Where are you? Oh, is it not going to work? I mean, it has a video pad. All right, so here's the caps filter for it. Oh, wait, what do we have showing up on top of it? Oh, no, it's the order's 3. So it should be in there. Oh, you saw it for 2 seconds. Okay. So I know what our issue is. So on our compositor, GST inspect compositor, what we need is there's a repeat. So we want to keep replaying the same stream. So we need to come back to our video and we need just a boolean. We're going to say pub, what are we going to call it? We're just going to call it repeat. And this is going to be an option bool. Okay. And on line 293, we were missing repeat. Repeat. None. None. Okay. Okay. So there's that. Now, what do we need to do? You go away for now. Input. We need to... What do we want to do here? I guess as part of the config of the input is where we need it, right? So inside of here, we need to set this on that pad. So repeat, and what's the name of repeat after EOS? Repeat after EOS. Repeat. Okay. Oh, we need to remove all of these debug statements too. Um, all right, I'm going to leave this one here for now because we don't know what that's going to return yet. Okay, so this will work for here, except now we still need a set repeat function. We'll ignore that one for now. If we end up needing that feature later to like after the fact say that you want something repeated. But for now, I think it's really going to come down to, hey, I know that this source is going to need to be repeated. So we set that there, right? So now while that's running in theory, guess we need to say video here and pass in repeat and say true. Is that right? All right, so now we're playing. Okay, now let's try and add this. Oh, that's not good. So 162, we tried to unwrap something we shouldn't have. What did we try to unwrap? Wait a second. Oh, because we didn't supply frame rate? Crap. Okay. So for now, well, this is going to be broken because I think we just poisoned it. So we are going to need to check this, but we already know that we need to go through and fix all of these unwraps anyway. So I am just going to... All right, so we're gonna have to say frame rate 30 format RGBA. Wait, what is this? What's not negotiated? All right, what did we break? Oh, there's some sort of race condition there. Okay, so we are currently playing, right? Yes. Okay, so let's try and submit this again. What do we break now? 165. Ah. All right, so we're gonna have to change this with 1280 height. $10.90. All right. Wait, what did we set the resolution to as a default? Oh, it was 1920 by 1080. 1920 by 1080. Okay. It sounds like an unknown event occurs that racks. So a race condition basically means if you have multiple things and they happen just due to random timing in threads and things like that, that they happen in a different order. So it's sort of like a race to see who gets there first. And that's why, like, you'll see it succeed sometimes, but other times it won't. So we have some sort of issue there where sometimes it happens before, sometimes it happens after. Okay, what do we have going on here? What is going on here? All right, yeah, we have some sort of, but you know, we'll start making our way through some of this stuff as we get further along. Okay, so here's our video playing. There we go. Nice, 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 nice. All right, so that is clearly not the dimensions of that logo, right? We need to fix that. 250 by 73 is what we should have done. With 250 by 73. Okay. All right, now let's try and add it. There is our image input. How awesome is this? Oh, I love it. All right, so let's go into here and find the debug. We'll commit this. What ticket number was that? So I guess we haven't implemented this yet, which we could do. Asdelin, how's it going? Okay, so number 19, so that's what this is. Input. Add ability to show image. Fixes number 19 as source. Yeah, I'm glad I got it working too. I mean, it's really starting to come along. I mean, there's obviously a lot of like code cleanup and stability things that we need to start addressing, but I mean, we're getting there. So, let's see. I guess we can close this inputs of different sizes because we've kind of been doing that already. So that's closed. Yeah. Okay. Right. So we do have some stuff too. Like, we need more configuration on our outputs and things like that. Like, what are the encoder settings that we want? We need to be able to change the resolution and volume. So we could start working on these things. I still need to test this. This is just a cleaner, like, some sort of function that says, you know, make input active or something like that, which we could do. So this is like, yeah, it's Starship. Yep. So we could build kind of a function on the mixer that just says, you know, active input or something like that. Set set input. I don't know. We have to come up with a name for it, but we could implement that. I don't know. So much to do. These are big deals. Oh yeah, I forgot we still need to do this too, right? And that's the ability to say like, hey, this particular output, we don't want to send audio out, or we don't want to send video out. We just want the other. We also want on the input side to say, hey, I want this video feed, but I don't want its audio feed, or vice versa. So maybe what we should do is like, let's do this. Let's implement something on the mixer. I'm just thinking here. Because it would be nice to just have a quick switch to say set active input or something like that.
Wonders may never cease. We have received a new subscriber, sir.
Punchy, punchy, punchy. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate that. And the content is free here for everybody. Subs not required, but greatly appreciated. Okay, so
Wonders may never cease. We have received a new subscriber, sir.
Punchy again. Thank you, man. I don't know how to thank you. You've been just super supportive of the channel. All the way since the beginning, too. Trying to make so I'm already affiliate. I think you have to be an affiliate to get subs, right? Or you mean partner? Partner, we got a way to go. Partner would be pretty cool one day, though. Okay, so I'm just thinking here. So if on our mixer we said, I'm not gonna put it here, but what do we want to call this function? Like set active input, and then we could take the name of the input. Maybe. Let's just explore this. Let's go to the end of here. And I don't know. I don't know what we want to return back here. Result. With a unit struct. Something like this. Let's just mark this as to do. So let's think this out really quick. I just really like helping people. You know, as I've grown in my career, mentorship is something that I really enjoy doing now. Okay, so what do we need to do here? We need to find input, ensure it exists. Okay. We need to increase its Z order so that it's the highest possible Z order. We need to decrease volume of all other inputs. We also need to ensure X position, Y position equals 0. We need to set width and height equal to mixer's dimensions. You know all the free deals and coupons. All right. So we can come to a couple of these and here, right? Let's just copy this really quick because that's our starting point, right? So okay, so now we're getting immutable inputs. We don't no. Okay. So this ensures that exists. Perfect. Move that down. Oh, wait a second. So this is our main input. So I guess we'll mess with this one first. And then we'll go through the decreasing. So we need to input. Now we need to. Well, I guess we could just set it to something really high, right? We don't really need to know, right? Unless somebody else sets theirs to that. What's the max possible value for Z order? All right. All right. So like if we set this to like the max possible value, not found in the scope, right? Because that's input. Not sure about Z. Is it a byte? No. So we actually looked at the element, so we know what the maximum possible value is for it. Input, not a value. What? Oh, crap. So before I was going to iterate over everything and make sure that it's not that. Oh, crap. No. We need to do this. Okay, so let's save these, right? I'm just trying to think here. So this would work until we need to call it again, right? So I almost think that we need to preserve what the original Z order is, right? I think we might have to do that. Yeah, and we could do that too, right? Like slowly over time, change the alpha. But for right now, we're going to have an issue. So to do, this will only work the first time we need to look at the order of all elements. So we might be able to maintain. Let's just add this. Can we preserve the old Z order so that we can restore it? And we could use this as like, I don't know. I mean, this is pretty easy, right? Input dot set X position 0, right? Set Y position equals 0. That's pretty easy to do. Width and height, same thing. Input dot set width equal to. Wait. We need to pass in self here because we are going to need access to that. So self dot config dot video dot width. We're gonna have to like get the defaults here. Because we really don't want to unwrap that there. All right, set height. Height, okay. You play E losing your voice? What do you mean? Do I play? Yeah, I just speaking a lot. I think I start to lose my voice, especially because I talk really, really bassy. So I know I should like try to speak higher up, but I'm terrible about it. Okay, so we have all of this, and I know that we could loop over all of these things, right? So let's do self dot inputs dot. No, we don't want to map. Iter dot. Oh, now I forget how we need to do this. I want to iterate over this. And now it's been so long since I've done this. I want to iterate over. Wait, hold on. Rust+lang loop over elements iterator. Oh, is it range? Is that what I'm looking for? No, that's not what I want. Yeah, that's what I want. So we want 4 input in. Okay. Now, can I get a mutable version of that? Iter mute. Perfect. All right, so we want a mutable iterator. And so what we want to do now is input.set volume equal to 0.0. Nope. Okay, what are we complaining about now? 235 name not found. Where? Oh, input. Okay. I mean, oh, it's a tuple. Can I just do this? Does this work? No. Okay. So now we've set the volume there, but what we should probably do is we want to set volume here. Can we get the config? No, we can't. Oh, crap. So this is cheating, right? So we can set the volume to full here. However, to do this should probably use our configured volume, right? So the issue here is I can't know that you really want this at full volume because maybe you added this and you wanted it at half volume. So really I should restore this to kind of like here, right? We're setting it to 0, but later I probably want to restore it. So let's see. I guess I would need to ask you for... Well, no, I think I have a config function. Right? I guess I don't. So we could ask each of these for their configs, right? And then I'm going to assume if you manually set the volume, that's the thing that we should do. So maybe what we should do on all of these is set volume should say self.config. Right. Are we not storing the config on here? Okay. So we've got a few things we need to do here. We may not have time to finish this. So what we need to do is on our input type, we really need to store the config. And this would be audio config. Wait a second. I almost feel like we need to start separating these things out. This is that's our input. Let's go look at our mixer mod. So we have this video config and an audio config, and then, well, I mean, what's our input passing in? It's a mixer config. So, okay, let's just do that. So we're gonna say config, and that's a mixer config. And maybe later we need to differentiate between an input and output config and stuff like that. But for now, these are kind of shared. And so then I guess what we need to do here is when we create this, we need to pass in config. All right, what are we complaining about? Help replace it with, oh, right. Okay, so that gives us the original config. So now we need to go back here. Where are we complaining now? Unexpected, oh, right. So I think the other thing we need to do now is we need to come to the end of here, and we need to take this alright, so we're gonna have to fix that too. 283. Where did config get moved? Oh, because it was moved into here. All right, so we only need the video config part of it. So let's just do this. Let video config equal video or config dot video dot clone. And then all of these, we should be able to just change config to video config. Config to video config. Okay. Ah. Oops. There should really be config.video. There we go. When you divide the config, can you just reference it like from one file from another? So right now it's not actually multiple files. And the only reason that these are like split up is so that you can optionally configure parts of it and not others. It's really so that the HTTP API, you don't have to supply the entirety of options. Okay, so now we've got this here. But what we can probably do here is input config. Let input config equals input dot config. Well, I guess it would have to have a config, so that's fine. So really what we need to do here is we need a pub function config, and we're just going to return back a mixer config. Okay. Self.config.clone. I guess we don't need to return, right? Config mixer config. All right, mixer config here. We should be able to just move this one. Okay, so there's our config. And so the idea here is I want to get a copy of what our original config was. However, we do have some changes we need to make here, right? Oh crap, we didn't implement all of these to-dos. Okay, so we need to do all of that yet. Crap. All right. We got a little carried away. Maybe we'll just finish what we're working on now, and then I'll go back and I'll implement these to-dos, because these are just for like our fake sources and test sources, so I'm not hurting anything yet. Well, I guess it is, and we're not using that functionality yet. So here we have a copy of what the original hold on. Set. Too much spring cleaning. Yeah, well, we're kind of like, it's more fun on stream to see features start working, right? So I tend to end up getting carried away with all of that, and then I forget stuff. So here we need to do a few things. So I want to update config, right? So self.config.audio.volume needs to be set to this volume, right? Volume. And the reason for this is anytime you manually, all right. Anytime you manually change a setting on the input, we want to preserve that because you explicitly said that's what you want it to be. However, when you do something like on the mixer, it's like change which the active one is. I'm temporarily changing what that is. So I think we want to create this case where like we're restoring its state. And maybe eventually we want to have inputs have known states, like maybe, which let's actually explore that really quick. Yeah, so here is something, an interesting idea. Let's add an issue for this while I'm thinking about it. Input. Named states. Okay, so the idea here is that we could have various mixer configs for an input and name them. Then we could swap between them. So picture in picture state, full screen state. Does this make sense? So the idea would be like when you create the input, you could also send it an optional list of states that this thing could be in. And then you could just tell the input to move to this state, which would allow you to kind of have like these saved possibilities of places. I don't know. I guess we'll... Okay. So right now we're going to set this here. Well, I guess we should do it for all of them, huh? Video, Z order. We're going to do the same thing for width. All right. So that's going to be the assumption. If you manually tell me something, I'm going to assume that that is where you want it from now on. Alpha. Okay. Alpha. Alpha. Okay. Right. So it'd basically be like an entire config of the video and audio, except you could save multiples by name and keep saying, hey, apply this config, apply that config, apply this config, so that you could like switch between them without having to manually adjust each property. Okay, so now we have this. So if we have the input config, we know what value you have explicitly stated you want the volume to be. And so what we can do now is to apply that value to crap. Yeah. So we're going to just unwrap this. But I do know that what we're going to want to do eventually is to apply default values, right? So if you didn't supply it, what's the default, right? Okay, so here's this. So now I think the other thing that we need to do while we iterate over this is I think that we need to find what the highest Z order is. Oh, so we need to do something different here too. So here's what we're going to do. When we link these together, we need to figure out what Z order we currently are, right? So I think at the point at which right, so here when we link no, here. After we link this, we need to do this. We're going to take our video queue, we want to grab its static pad, right? We want the source pad for this. And then after that, we want to get its peer. Nope, we need to unwrap it. Get peer. Okay, so now we have that, and we need to unwrap that. Now we want to get property. And so the property we want is the Z order, right? Okay, so now after we've linked, we grab the Z order and we want to self.config.video.Z order equals some Z order. All right, so now, crap, that's, oh, how do we convert that into a U32? So how do we get a U32 out of the glib value? No, so that is what we are getting is the video order. But before we were just printing it out. Now we need to be able to save it. There's got to be a way to convert this. Not install cargo, search. GStreamer. Okay, so this gets our property. What is this? And okay. Tries to downcast. Is that what we want? Would you call on the encoder? What do you mean? I guess I don't. Why am I doing that here? So this would be dot. Can I do this? Downcast? Found struct typed value. Well, that's not helpful. What am I missing here? So we have the encoder set up. I do have a ticket open for modifying that. A statically typed value. Yeah, I guess I don't know. Let's go look at the GStreamer here, and let's look at maybe like see if they use downcast anywhere. Okay, so is this what we want? And this would be a U32, right? Right. No. Line 77. Ah. Do I have caps lock on? Of course I do. Okay, so let's see. It is doing a downcast here. And it is converting it to a discover container info. So why does ours not work? Why is that a typed value, U32? What's the difference between downcast and downcast ref? So this is interesting though, because oh, I guess it is already pink. So I don't understand what the difference is here, right? Because info is something, then we're calling downcast on it and passing it this, and it clearly converts the type. All right, let's check out here. So what am I missing? So the property here is returning back a value, and we're trying to call downcast on the value. Okay, type value T. Okay, so what's... So that's the result. All right, Z order. What is on here? I don't know what that produces. Oh, it's the same thing. Hey, Punchy. Still trying to figure out how to get this value to be the type that I want it to be so that I could store it back. And I thought downcast was the thing that I wanted. But maybe it's not. Phil, thanks so much for the follow. What am I missing here? Does it get some? All right, this is complaining about something. What's the error here? Oh, here we go. The trait standard convert from is not. Okay. Wait. All right. Let prop equal. Okay, so now this should be let z order equals prop dot downcast. Can we do this? And pass this U32. Not view kick. Thanks so much for the follow. All right, so that didn't fail. Found enum standard result. Is this gonna work? There. For a second there, I thought it worked. Found struct glove typed value. How do we get a U32 out of this? So it says it produces a typed value U32. So how do I get the value out of it? Does it get some? What do you mean the trait standard convert from is not implemented for mixer error? Why would mixer error? Because it can't convert, right? So we need so that wasn't our original error. So where do we have one of our map error? I thought we already had like a map error in here. Did I remove my... Interesting. Okay. Where were we? So we need to do a dot map error, right? I think that's what it is. Map error. And then I think it's a mixer. All right, so this is mixer error, right? No, mixer error. We're just gonna say unknown for now. Okay, is that working? Oh, look at that. They're using plain old Unix. Okay, so now in theory we have the original Z order so that we can restore it. Now I gotta remember where we were at in here. Okay, so okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna set our Z order to the topmost one. And then what we'll do is we will set the Z order back to whatever its original Z order is. All right, so missing config. All right, 517 missing config. And then 667. Where's my punch card drive? Wait, what? Line 670. Oh, are we not passing? Wait a second. So fake is just name. So we're gonna have some errors in our tests, but we need to fix that. Yeah, because all that needed is a name. So this should really be config dot name and config dot name. Now what is this? Oh, because we need config dot name here. Okay. Handlers 159. So this should be the same. There's a map error right there. Okay. Value used after partial move on 520. Where did we move it?
Wonders may never cease. We have received a new subscriber, sir.
Punchy, 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 man. You're killing me. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. Okay. So now, in theory, we should be able to, like... We have this set active input function. And restore the order of all other inputs. Okay. So now we need to come into filters, right? We need to start here. And our mixer. I don't know. Let's see. How do we want it to be a post? I guess it would be something like this, right? I guess we could call it input set active, right? And then it would be mixers name set active input, right? Post, something like that. Okay. Input set active. Should we call it that here too? Input set active. I don't know. A cinema with punch cards. Okay, let's see. So we have the filter here, but where's our routes? Routes. Here we go. Input set active. Okay. So now we need our handlers. And so it'd just be like, maybe like input get would be the closest thing to that. Maybe input remove. Yeah. Set active. Okay, so mixer name, input name. All right, if our mixer's not found, set to active. Yeah, that would work. Okay, so set active. Okay, here we go. Now we get to test it. So we need two inputs. What are we going to do here? Let's roll this back, right? Okay, so this is Big Buck Bunny. Let's get the first one playing. We need like another MP4 to play. Well, I guess we could do Syntel, couldn't we? Yeah, let's just do Syntel. All right, we've got Big Buck Bunny rolling. Wait, what? Oh. All right, so I guess, what was this one for? Oh, that was for update. So let's save this. Update input. All right, and now I think it was post, right? Set active input, and that's our main one. Okay. All right, so we're currently running. And now if we play this, we should get Big Buck Bunny, which is being served up from RTMP. Okay. So now, let's catch up a little more to real time. Okay, so now we can add, if we add Sintel, Sintel should pop up on the screen. And they should be playing over the top of each other. Okay. So we can hear both of them playing. So now if I come in here and I say, hey, I want to make RTMP input the active one, we should see Sintel disappear in the background and we should stop hearing it. Come on. Oh, it didn't work. It didn't work. Okay, so what happened? What does our mixer look like? So the Z order never changed. The Z order never changed. And our volume never cut off. Right? And we got it 200, right? Oh, wait a second. What is this? This isn't right. So this didn't go where we thought it would. So input set active. Input set active. Here we go. We didn't call the right handler. Come on. Warp really killed my compile times. Okay, so now we're playing. Let's go back to our preview. Okay, so we can hear this. Let's add Sintel. Okay. And we should hear like a clash as soon as the Sintel comes in. We hear them playing over the top of each other. And now we're going to come over here and we are going to... Now, this should turn off the volume here, hopefully. Okay, come on. Okay. The volume got cut off. Oh, wait a second. We messed up. We messed up. Anybody know what our issue was? Eric, one quick question before I go. Is it possible to install an Arch VM onto an external hard drive and have kind of a dual boot working that way? Sure, sure. I have USB sticks that I boot Arch, or I have some Kali ones too. And you can boot from a USB drive. You can also like bind mount a partition on your laptop too, so that you can persist your updates as well as have faster runtime. Okay, so one of yes, the Ash. Our loop is updating all inputs, not just the ones that are not our input. So we need to do a check here and say name. If name not equal to input, wait. We're already calling it input here. Maybe we should have called this name here. Let's do that. Name. All right. Okay, so here, name. And I mean, we could have done like a filter on the iterator too, but all right, let's try it again.
Sir, it appears we have a new follower.
All right, Cow, thanks so much for the follow. All right, I'm gonna start that really quick again, and we'll give this one more shot. I'm about to head out to Punchy. I'm gonna see whether this fixes our issue. And then I'm going to be heading out as well. Okay. All right, so here's that. And now we're going to add Sintel. Although I think we did have an issue here, right? Because where's our video mixer? Yeah, so somehow we have all of these set to a really high. All right, so there's Sintel. Now let's... What happens here? Come on. It didn't work. All right, so I think we're going to have to finish this up tomorrow. So, oh wow, we have... So somehow this is actually getting put behind. Right? So Sintel is the order 3. And somehow the RTMP input, that should be higher. That makes sense. So maybe this doesn't work as well as we thought it would. But also the volume never went away either. Okay, so let's leave this to finish for tomorrow. Because I've got to head out and we are not going to have time to finish this, but I guess we can leave it like this. Let's find somebody to raid. Who is on? All right, let's see. Name not equal to name is always false. Is that because we need to dereference these? How do I compare strings? You named var as argument. What do you mean? You named var as art. Oh. All right, I lied. We're gonna try one more time. Okay. One more try. All right, that's playing. We're going to add an input. We'll just give it a second here so that we don't have to wait for the whole thing. And then we will set this back. So we should hear this cut out and see Big Buck Bunny come to the front. Okay, so we did hear Sintel cut out the volume. So our issue is still something with Z ordering. And maybe what we should do is rather than this ridiculous number, maybe we just set it to 1,000 or something. I don't know. All right, last try. And then I gotta go. Okay. That should kick back in. There we go. We're going to add an input. We're going to give it a few seconds. And then we're going to set Big Buck Bunny back to active. Okay. Okay. So that works. I mean, we do have some issues with like them not being timed together, right? But it worked. All right, so let's commit that. Switch. Well, I guess we didn't really switch back and forth between them, but in theory it should preserve. All right. Wait, what number was it? 21. Mixer, add abstraction to quickly switch active input. Wait. Fixes number 21. All right. There we go. Now I think we're going to end up having to do like some code cleanup and things like that. We really need to like move on to some of that. Start building some better abstractions, start doing some graceful shutdowns, start getting some logging going. We need to start like productionalizing this thing, you know, putting it in a container.
It appears we have a new follower.
Seaside Sandies, thanks so much for the follow. So maybe we'll start on that tomorrow. We'll start trying to clean all of this up. So,
Find you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Ergo, thanks so much for the follow. All right, we've got Bald Bearded Builder, we've got Melky Dev. Wait, no, we don't browse. Birthday stream. All right, let's hit Bald Bearded Builder for his birthday. That or Melky doing NLP Twitter clone. All right, let's get Melky. As always, thank you all so much for hanging out. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. This is always a ton of fun. This is starting to get really exciting, watching this all come together. I will be back on at roughly 12:30 Eastern time tomorrow to start working on this some more. Thanks, everybody.